The lane beneath your feet is warm from the day's sun, the packed earth still holding its heat through the leather of your soles, and the wicker handle of your basket is smooth and familiar in your hand. You are on Bagshot Row. The sun has gone behind the hill, not set, not fully, but tucked away behind it, so that everything here in the lane is bathed in that particular late summer light that isn't quite gold and isn't quite gray, but something softer than either. The air carries the smell of it, warm earth and grass that has been baked all afternoon, and underneath both of those, threading through them, the first faint breath of wood smoke from chimneys not yet drawing hard. You breathe it in. It is, as it always is at this hour, a smell that belongs entirely to home. The lane is quiet. Not silent. The Shire is never truly silent, but settled into that particular evening hush that descends once the day's work is done and supper is not yet on the table. A blackbird is singing from somewhere up among the garden hedgerows, unhurried and self-pleased. A second one answers further off. From an open window up the row comes the sound of something being stirred in a pot, slow and rhythmic, and the faint warmth of steam drifts out on the air and mixes with the wood smoke, and you breathe in again without quite meaning to. Your basket is lighter now than it was this morning. There had been seed packets in it at dawn, and a small folded cloth, and a wedge of good yellow cheese wrapped in wax paper for your midday meal. Most of that is gone. What's left shifts gently against your side as you walk. A handful of late runner beans from the lower plot, a few ears of dried lavender that you'd cut without quite planning to, and a small round stone, smooth and rust-colored, that had simply caught your eye near the field's edge and ended up in your pocket before you'd thought about it at all. You don't mind. It's a fine stone. The doors along Bagshot Row are painted in the colors that hobbit holes have always come in, greens and yellows, one deep red that has faded to something almost pink over the years, two round blues that might be the same shade if you stood them side by side. Lanterns are beginning to be lit. The nearest one, a small iron affair hung from a hook beside a gate, glows a warm amber, and the gate below it is open. Old Marrow Brownfoot is there. He is on his knees in the bed beside the path, doing something with a trowel in the last of the working light, turning a small patch of soil with the practiced economy of a man who has done this every evening for 40 years and never once needed to think about it. He has a cloth cap pushed back on his head and earth on both hands to the wrist, and he does not look up as you approach, though he knows you are there. Old Marrow always knows when someone is on his lane. Good evening, you say. He sets the trowel down against his knee. He considers the turned earth for a moment with the quiet satisfaction of someone checking a piece of work. Aye, he says, that it is. He looks up then, his eyes deep-set and unhurried, the grooves around them familiar as old bark. He glances at the sky above the hill with a brief and practiced assessment, then back to you. Turned out well, he says. Thought it might cloud over by 3. It didn't. It didn't, you agree? He gives a slow nod, as though you have confirmed something he already knew but wanted the second opinion on regardless. He picks up his trowel. He turns another inch of earth. Beans, he says, without looking at your basket. Late ones. You look down at them, faintly impressed as you always are. Last of them, you say. Pulled them before the dew comes back. Good thinking, he murmurs. Dew will be heavy tonight. You can feel it in the soil already. The warmth's going deep. He pats the earth with the flat of the trowel. Twice, gently, in the way that people who love growing things sometimes do. Not to compact it, not for any gardening reason, just because it is there, and it is warm, and it has been a good day. Get yourself home before it turns cold, he says. It turns quick this time of year. I will, you tell him. He bends back to his work. The trowel turns once more. The blackbird goes on singing from the hedge, and the lamplight falls in a small warm circle over Merrow Brownfoot's cap and his hands, and his patient garden, and you pass through the gate and out again onto the lane, and the smell of turned earth stays with you for a few steps after. The lane slopes gently here, tipping downward toward the lower path that will take you past the mill pond and down to the bridge. You can hear the brook from here, or think you can, a low liquid murmur at the edge of hearing, there when you listen for it, and gone when you don't. The hill is behind you now, still holding the last of the day's warmth against its face, and the sky ahead has deepened from pale blue to something richer, a blue that has a little purple in it, a little dust, a color that does not have a name in any language that hobbits have written down, but that everyone who has ever walked home in the evening knows perfectly well. The first star appears, just one, faint and high and still. You see it over the roofline of the mill as you come down the lower path, and you stop for just a moment, because it is the first one, and the first one always seems to deserve that. Then you walk on. The bridge is just ahead, and past the bridge, across the wide grass, the dark shape of the party tree stands against the sky. The path to the bridge runs between two old stone walls, low enough to see over but solid enough that you rest your free hand on the top of the nearest one as you walk, feeling the day's warmth still stored in the stone beneath your palm. It is remarkable. That warmth. The stone must be 2 feet thick, and it has been sitting in the sun since morning, and even now, with the light gone behind the hill and the air beginning to carry its first cool edge, the heat comes up through your hand as steadily as a hearthstone. You let your fingers trail along the top as you walk, feeling the small irregularities in the surface, the places where moss has dried to a papery crust, the little pockets where rain has worn the limestone smoother, the one long crack running diagonally across a single block that has been there as long as you can remember and probably longer. The brook is louder now. You can hear it properly, not just the suggestion of it at the edge of hearing, but the real thing, full and present, the water moving over the flat stones at the bottom with a low, constant murmur that rises and falls in no particular pattern, just the natural variation of water doing what water does when nothing is asking it to hurry. It is a good sound. It has always been a good sound. The path curves slightly to the left, and then the bridge is in front of you, and the brook is beneath it, and the smell of it reaches you before you step onto the first stone, that clean, particular smell of moving water and wet moss, and the cool air that gathers over streams even on warm evenings, as though the water keeps its own small weather. You step onto the bridge. The stones underfoot are different from the path, broader, flatter, fitted together without mortar in the old way, and they have been here long enough that the edges have softened, and the joints between them are filled with a thin, dark growth of something between moss and lichen that gives slightly under your foot, just enough to notice. The parapet comes to about your elbow. You set your basket down on top of it and lean, looking over. The brook below is clear. In the fading light, the water is the color of pewter over the shallows and a deeper, still gray over the pools, and you can see the bottom in both places. The flat, pale stones, the occasional dark pebble, the slow drift of weed anchored to the far bank and trailing downstream in a long, patient curve. A small fish holds its position near the far bank, barely moving, just the faintest motion of its tail keeping it steady against the current. Then it is gone, quick and quiet, into the shadow under the roots. You watch the place where it was for a moment. The water moves through. A leaf comes under the bridge from the upstream side and turns once in a small eddy below you, very slowly, before the current catches it again and carries it on. You follow it until it passes out of sight beyond the bridge's downstream edge, and then you look up. Across the water on the far bank, the meadow grass is long and still, and the first fireflies of the evening are beginning to appear among it. Not many yet, just 2 or 3. Their small cold lights blinking on and off in a slow, irregular rhythm that has nothing to do with anything except themselves. You hear footsteps on the path behind you. They are quick, light footsteps, the footsteps of someone small even by hobbit reckoning, moving with the brisk confidence of someone who knows this path and every stone on it. You turn. Coming down toward the bridge is a young hobbit lass, perhaps 12 or 13 summers old, with dark curly hair escaping from a practical plait and a look of cheerful determination on her face. Beside her, on a short rope led, walks a pig. It is a good pig. Broad and pale and unhurried, with small clever eyes and ears that rotate independently, tracking sounds that you cannot hear. It walks with a steady, rolling gait, entirely at its own pace, which is slightly slower than the girl's preferred pace, so she is moving in a series of small surges and pauses, tugging gently at the rope and then waiting, tugging and waiting, with the long-suffering patience of someone who has had this argument many times and accepted that she will never win it. She sees you and raises her free hand in greeting. Evening, she calls. Evening, you call back. Good day at market? She pulls a face that is part grimace and part satisfaction. Sold the last of the early apples, she says. Took forever. She gives the rope an encouraging tug. Then I had to bring him back myself because Dai's knee is bad again. The pig stops at the foot of the bridge and considers it. It is unclear what his objection is to bridges. Perhaps the sound of the water beneath. Perhaps the texture of the stones. Perhaps he simply has opinions. He plants his feet with an air of philosophical certainty and looks at the parapet with an expression of mild but firm disapproval. The girl who you will later learn is called Tessie Goodbarrel, sighs with great feeling. He does this every time, she says. Every single time. She positions herself beside the pig with practiced efficiency and applies a series of gentle, coaxing pressures to his flank, not pushing exactly, more persuading. She talks to him as she does it, in a low, steady voice that is half instruction and half negotiation. Come on then, she murmurs. You've done this before. It's the same bridge it always is. Nothing on it but stones and an old hobbit with runner beans. You are not especially old, you consider pointing out. But you say nothing. The pig takes one step, then another. Then, with the air of someone conceding a minor point, while reserving the right to object again later, he walks steadily across the bridge, his hooves making a sound on the old flat stones that is somehow both delicate and definitive. There, says Tessie Goodbarrel. She gives him a small pat on the side, which he receives without acknowledgement. She passes you on the bridge, and she takes her pig, and she takes her rope, and she gives you a nod as she goes that carries in it the entire dignified exhaustion of someone who has sold apples all day and argued with a pig about a bridge and still has a quarter-mile of lane before home. You watch her go. The pig does not look back. The brook runs beneath you, steady and unhurried, and the fireflies are a little more numerous now in the meadow grass, and the sky has deepened further, the blue gone to something almost violet at the edges and nearly dark at the top, and the first few stars are out properly now, 3, 4, a cluster you recognize near the horizon without being able to name them, simply old acquaintances seen again after a summer of light nights. You pick up your basket. You cross the rest of the bridge and step off onto the far bank, and the meadow grass opens up ahead of you, wide and quiet, and across it, not so far now, the great shape of the party tree stands dark against the pale sky. There is a figure sitting beneath it. The meadow path is worn to a pale ribbon through the grass, and your feet find it without your eyes needing to, the way feet always find familiar paths in the dusk, by memory more than sight, by the slight firmness underfoot where the ground has been walked smooth, the grass giving way on either side to something more certain. The air out here is different from the lane. On Bagshot Row there are walls and hedgerows, and the warm breath of chimney smoke funneled down between the gardens, but here the meadow is open in every direction, and the evening air moves across it freely, carrying the smell of the grass itself, a long-cut, late-summer smell, dry and a little sweet, faintly dusty, in the way that fields always are at the end of a warm day when the dew hasn't yet come back to settle things. You breathe it in slowly. Above you, the sky is doing something remarkable. It has been doing it for the last several minutes, while you were at the bridge with Tessie Goodbarrel and her pig, while you were watching the fireflies begin. But out here in the open meadow, away from the hill and the lane and the round doors and the lamplight, you can see the whole of it, and it is worth stopping for. The west is still holding a thin line of color along the horizon, not the warm orange of earlier, but something paler and more considered, a faint wash of rose and amber that is barely there at all, just the sky's last acknowledgement of the sun before it lets the dark come properly. Above that, the blue deepens in even gradations, stage by stage, growing richer and fuller until, directly overhead, it is nearly the color of deep water, a blue with real substance to it, a blue you could almost lean into. And the stars. There are a dozen now, properly out, and more arriving every few minutes as though the sky is remembering them one by one. You know some of them. Not by their proper names, perhaps. Those are for scholars and wanderers and folk who sleep outdoors more often than you do, but by their positions, their brightness, the company they keep. There is the bright one low in the south that always appears first in autumn. There is the small, tight cluster near the middle that you have always thought looks like a handful of seed thrown into the air and caught at the top of its arc. There is the long, slow trail of faint stars that runs from the northeast corner of the sky down toward the west, which old Merrow once told you was called the River of Heaven by men who lived beyond the mountains, though he couldn't recall by which men, specifically, or how he'd come to know it. You look at it for a long moment, then you look ahead, toward the party tree. It is an old tree. You have never known it to be anything but old. Its trunk is broader than 3 hobbits standing with arms outstretched, the bark deeply grooved and silvery brown in the fading light, and its canopy spreads in a great unhurried circle, low enough at the edges that the outer branches lean gently toward the ground, as though gesturing at something in the grass. It has lost a few of those outer branches over the years. There is a gap on the eastern side where a storm took a limb a decade ago, but it has the composure of something very large and very old that has seen many storms and remained itself throughout all of them. The figure sitting beneath it is a man. Not a hobbit. You can tell that from 30 paces, from the length of the legs stretched out before him, from the way his back rests against the trunk at a height that would require a hobbit to have stood on something first. He is broad across the shoulders, gray at the temples, with a short, thick beard that is mostly brown with silver in it, and he is smoking a long pipe with the settled contentment of a man who has nowhere in particular to be and is grateful for it. He sees you coming and raises his pipe in greeting, a small upward tilt that manages to convey both welcome and the fact that he has no intention whatsoever of getting up. You know him. His name is Aldrich, and he came to Hobbiton from Bree some 30 years ago in the company of a pony and a cartful of ironmongery, intending to pass through on his way south, and had instead stopped at the inn at Bywater for a meal and a night's rest, and had somehow never left. He runs a small hardware and provisions shop on the lower lane now, sells nails and rope and good tallow candles and occasional other things depending on the season, and he has been sitting under the party tree on warm evenings for so long that it is difficult to remember a time when he wasn't there. He is not from the Shire. He will never be entirely from the Shire, by Hobbit reckoning, which requires roots of a particular depth, but he has been here long enough that the Shire has settled into him like good soil into old stone, filling the cracks, softening the edges, until what remains is something that is neither Bree nor Hobbiton, but is perhaps, in its own quiet way, better than either. Evening, you say, sitting down beside him in the grass. The grass here is cool and a little damp already at the roots, the dew coming up from the ground even as the warmth still holds in the air above, and you tuck your feet beneath you and set your basket between you and let the evening settle around you both. Aldrich takes a slow draw on his pipe. The smoke rises, pale and unhurried, and drifts away in the still air toward the eastern branches. Saw the stars coming out, he says. Thought I'd wait a while. It's a good night for it, you say. He considers this seriously. Most nights are, he says, if you sit still long enough. The fireflies are out across the meadow in earnest now, perhaps a dozen of them visible at once, scattered through the long grass at the meadow's edge, blinking on and off in their slow, unconcerned way. One drifts closer, following some invisible thread of air, and hovers for a moment just beyond the reach of the tree's canopy before blinking out and reappearing 3 feet to the left. Aldrich watches it. Saw something like that once, he says, on the road east of Bree, night like this. Must have been 35 years ago before I came here. The whole verge was lit up with them, he says. Thousands, maybe. All along the road for half a mile. He pauses. Takes another slow draw. Never saw it like that again, he says. Funny, the things you see once. You watch the firefly drift. Did you miss it? You ask. Bree, the road. He is quiet for a moment. Not the quiet of someone who hasn't heard, but the quiet of someone giving a question proper consideration sometimes. He says at last. The road mostly, not Bree itself. He tilts his head a fraction. But then I think about the road in November, he says, and the thinking passes. You feel the smile before you know it's there. The bark of the party tree is at your back, and it is broad and solid, and the warmth it has stored is different from the warmth of the stone wall on the lane. Not the dry heat of baked limestone, but something older and deeper. A living warmth, the warmth of a thing that has grown slowly for a very long time and has deep roots in dark ground. You lean into it a little. Above you, through the canopy, the stars appear between the leaves in gaps and through the slight movement of the smaller branches in the air, so that they seem to flicker, and you watch them without trying to count them or name them, just watching the way the tree and the sky move together, the leaves against the dark, the stars between. Aldrich's pipe glows once. He speaks in a lower voice now, not because anyone is near enough to hear, but because the evening has that quality about it where lower voices seem correct. My wife used to say, he murmurs that the reason hobbits never leave is because the Shire knows something the rest of the world doesn't. He lets that sit for a moment. I used to argue with her about it, he says. Told her it was just habit and good soil. Another pause. Now I think she was right, he says simply, as she generally was. You say nothing, because nothing needs to be said. The meadow is very still. The fireflies drift and blink. Somewhere across the grass, in the direction of the brook, a frog begins to call, a low, rhythmic sound, unhurried and patient, and a second one answers it from a little further away, and then, after a moment, the first one again. Aldrich knocks his pipe gently against the heel of his hand and begins the small, unhurried process of refilling it, his fingers moving from long practice in the near dark. You should get on, he says, without looking up. Merrow's right about the dew. It'll be cold in another quarter hour. You gather your basket. You stand, and your knees tell you briefly about the grass and the cool and the sitting still for a few minutes, and you stretch, and the stars are very clear above the party tree, very clear and very numerous now, and the line of rows on the western horizon is entirely gone. Evening, you say. Evening, says Aldrich. He does not watch you go. He is looking at the fireflies or at the sky or at something in between, and the smoke from his freshly lit pipe rises in a thin, slow thread into the dark above him, and the great tree stands at his back, and the meadow holds them both in its quiet. You turn your feet toward the lane. The hill is ahead of you, and along its face the lights of Hobbiton are warm and numerous, every window with its glow, every chimney with its thread of smoke rising into the cooling air, and the lane that will take you home is just there, through the gate at the meadow's edge. The gate at the meadow's edge is an old one, iron, with a latch that lifts from either side and a faint creak to it, that you have never once thought to oil and probably never will, because it has become, over the years, less a sound and more a signal. The particular note that means you are leaving the open ground and coming back into the enclosed and familiar world of lanes and hedgerows and round green doors. You lift the latch. The gate swings and creaks, and you are through. The lane on this side of the meadow is narrower than Bagshot Row. Not a thoroughfare, but a home lane. A lane that belongs to the dozen or so households along it rather than to anyone passing through, and it feels that way. The hedgerows on either side are old and thick and high, taller than you by a head or more, their tops irregular and unhurried, the hawthorn and elder and old climbing rows all grown into one another over decades, until the distinction between them is a matter mostly of guesswork. Where the hedge thins for a moment, you can see through to a garden on the left, and the garden has a low lamp on a post near the door, and its light catches the edge of a bean trellis, the pale flash of late white flowers, a clay pot on a step with something round and dark growing from it that you cannot quite identify in the dimness. It doesn't matter. It is enough just to see it, the lit garden, the round lamp, the quiet evidence of someone else's evening, someone else's tending of things. You walk slowly. There is no reason to hurry. Supper has been these several hours done. You had known it would be when you stayed to finish the lower plot, and you had made your peace with cold bread and whatever is left in the larder, which will be perfectly adequate, as the larder in your hobbit hole is a well-organized and reliable thing that has never yet failed to produce something worth eating at any hour you have chosen to consult it. The thought of it is pleasant. Not urgent, pleasant. There is a difference, and you are in the mood for the difference this evening. The mood where you are moving towards something warm and good, but are in no hurry to arrive, because the moving itself is good too, and the lane, and the cool air, and the stars overhead in the gap between the hedge-tops, which you can see if you tip your head back, a long irregular stripe of dark sky, densely starred now, more stars than you can make sense of, just the ancient, overwhelming plenty of them. You tip your head back for a moment and look. Then you walk on. The lane curves here, a long, slow bend to the right that follows the contour of the hill, and as you come around it, the hill itself is properly in view, not the whole of it. The hedgerows are too tall for that. But the face of it above the lane, the smooth-grassed slope rising up into the dark, with the lights of the smiles set into it, their round windows glowing amber and gold, some with curtains drawn and some without, and the smoke from the chimneys above them rising in slow pale threads that catch no light themselves, but are visible as absences against the stars, dark columns threading upward into the dark sky. You count the lights without meaning to. It is an old habit. You have been walking this lane since you were small enough to come up only to your father's elbow, and you have always counted the windows. Not for any purpose, not to check on anyone or account for who is where, but simply because the lights are there and they are warm, and your eyes find them, and your mind counts them with the same automatic affection that hands smooth a familiar wooden banister or fingers find a well-worn pocket. 7, 8, 9. There is a new light in a window that was dark last autumn, that will be the Tunleys, who took the smile at the end of the upper row after old Peregrine moved to his daughters in Bywater. You have not met them yet, properly, only exchanged nods over the hedge. They seem quiet. They have a window box, which you noticed in passing last week, planted with late herbs, rosemary, and something low and silver that you didn't recognize. People who plant window boxes are generally, in your experience, people worth knowing. You make a note to bring something round. Not tonight, but soon. The lane narrows further past the curve, so that the hedgerows brush your shoulders on both sides when you walk in the middle, which you do, because the middle of the lane is smooth and the edges are soft with old leaf fall, and the occasional root that has worked its way up through the surface, looking for nothing in particular. You know every one of those roots. You know the particular one near the mossy gatepost that has a slight upward curve to it, just enough to catch an inattentive toe. You step over it without looking, without breaking your pace, as naturally as breathing. The air has changed. Not dramatically. There has been no wind, no shift in the evening, nothing as decisive as that. But somewhere in the last few minutes, while you were watching the stars through the hedge-atop gap and thinking about the Toonley's window box, the temperature has crossed some invisible threshold, and what was a warm evening with a cool edge to it has become a cool evening with a memory of warmth. You can feel it on the backs of your hands, on the side of your neck above your collar. Not unpleasant, not cold, not yet. Just different. The dew is coming. You can smell it, that particular clean, slightly mineral smell that comes off grass when the moisture begins to settle. Different from rain, different from the brook, something more patient and more gradual than either. You can feel it at your feet, where the lane grass at the very edges has begun to glisten at the tips if you look closely, which you do for just a moment, in the lamplight spilling from the nearest window. The nearest window. You are closer to home than you realized. There is your gate, 10 paces ahead, the low wooden one, the one that you replaced the latch on in the spring because the old one had finally rusted through after however many winters, and the new latch is still a little stiff, still requiring the particular upward and sideways motion that you have now entirely mastered, but that visitors sometimes struggle with, and which you have been meaning to mention to the Tunleys for when they do come to call, because you will not want them standing at the gate wrestling with the latch in the cold. The gate is exactly as you left it this morning. You don't know why you should think anything else. Nothing ever disturbs your gate. The lane is too quiet for that, and the only regular callers are the male and Old Marrow on his occasional errands, and Old Marrow has never once required assistance with any latch, but there is something quietly satisfying about a thing being where you left it, being unchanged, waiting without impatience. You put your hand on it. The wood is cool now. The warmth it had held from the afternoon is entirely gone, just cool, smooth, slightly damp wood under your palm, and the grain of it is familiar to your fingers without your needing to think about it. The latch gives its particular upward and sideways motion. The gate opens. The path inside is short, 4 steps, perhaps 5, from the gate to the round green door at the end of it, and the door has its lamp lit, the small one in the iron bracket to the left of it, and the lamp throws its light in a low, warm circle across the front step and the patch of path before it, and beyond the door the windows on either side of it are glowing, and the glow is deep amber. The amber of a fire that has been burning for many hours and has settled down from its afternoon heights to something quieter and lower and more suited to the evening. You stand at the gate for a moment. Not because you are hesitating, you are not hesitating. You are simply standing there with your hand on the cool wood and your basket against your side, looking at your door, your lamp, your windows, the smoke from your chimney curling up into the night and joining the smoke from every other chimney along the row, all of it rising together into the dark above the hill. The Shire breathes around you. That is the only way to describe what the evening feels like, standing here at your own gate in the dark. Not silence, not stillness exactly, but a kind of collective breathing, the whole of Hobbiton going about the quiet business of winding down, settling in, putting the day to rest. The blackbird has stopped singing. The frogs are still calling from the direction of the brook, but softly now, conversationally, with no urgency. The lamp on the Tunnelly's window box throws a small light across the rosemary and the silver herb whose name you don't know, and the herbs lean slightly together in a breath of air, and then are still. Somewhere up the row, someone laughs, a brief, warm sound muffled by walls and distance, belonging to a conversation you are not part of and have no need to be part of. You breathe in once, deeply, turned earth and wood smoke, and the cold, clean smell of the dew settling over the Shire. Then you lift the latch of your own front door and step inside. The hallway is warm. Not the warmth of the evening outside, which was the warmth of stored heat and open air and a world still radiating the memory of the sun, but a different warmth entirely, the warmth of enclosed space and long burning fire, a warmth with weight to it, a warmth that settles around your shoulders the moment the door closes behind you like something that has been waiting here all day and is quietly glad you've come back. You stand in the hallway for a moment. The door is at your back, and the cool of the outside world is already a different country, already something you are on the inside of rather than the outside of, and the round walls of the hall curve gently on either side in that way that hobbit holes have always curved, never quite flat, never quite a corner, just the gentle continuous arc of good deep earth held in place by good deep roots, and the ceiling is low enough that the warmth gathers there and comes down again, and everything in the hall is softened by it. You set your basket down on the side table by the door. The beans go into the small crock beside the table. The lavender you lay across the top, because you will find somewhere proper for it tomorrow, and for now the hall smells of it already, a clean, dry scent threading through the deeper smell of the fire, and the old wood of the floors, and whatever it is that makes your particular hobbit hole smell the way it does. Not a smell you could describe to anyone, not a smell that would mean anything to a stranger, but a smell that means everything to you, because it is simply the smell of home accumulated over years, unrepeatable anywhere else in the world. The stone you put in your pocket. Then you hang your jacket on the peg by the door and stand for a moment in the hall in your shirt sleeves, and the warmth finds your arms, and you breathe it in. Down the hallway, the door to the sitting room is half open, and the amber light from within reaches out into the corridor in a soft, wavering bar across the floor, and you can see, from here, the edge of the hearthrug and the foot of the armchair nearest the fire, and the faint, gentle movement of the light that means the fire is still alive in there, low and content, doing nothing much, just breathing. You walk toward it. The floorboards are familiar underfoot, the one that gives a little near the linen cupboard, the one near the sitting room door that has a denser sound to it than the rest, as though something solid is buried just beneath it, though nothing ever has been as far as you know. Your feet know all of it. Your feet have known all of it for so long that walking this hallway in the dark would be no different from walking it in the light. You push the sitting room door gently with your fingertips. It swings open. The fire is low. It is burning in the good way that fires burn when they have been going all day and have settled past the point of any ambition. No crackle, no spit, no reaching up the chimney with any particular enthusiasm, just a deep and steady orange glow from a bed of coals that has compacted itself over the hours into something dense and patient and very warm. Above it, the last short log has burned down to a thick, glowing remnant, its edges dark, its center holding a deep red pulse that brightens and dims so slowly that you would have to watch it for a long time to be certain you had seen it move. You stand in the doorway for a moment and look at it. The room is everything it always is in the evening. The low table with its familiar disorder of small objects. The second chair across from yours with the old cushion that has been losing its shape for years and will continue to do so. The bookshelves along the curved wall with their accumulated weight of things read and half-read, and meaning to be read and simply owned because they have always been there. The small round window above the mantelpiece, showing a dark square of outside, the lamplight in the window replaced now by the reflection of the room itself, your room looking back at you from the glass. You cross to your chair. It is a deep chair, and an old one, and it knows you completely. That is the only honest way to describe it, the way a good old chair knows its particular person, the way the cushion has shaped itself over years to the way you sit, the way the arms are exactly where your arms want to be, the way the angle of the back is exactly the angle at which your back wishes to rest. You lower yourself into it, and the chair receives you, and the warmth of the fire reaches your face and your hands, and you let your head rest back. Your feet settle on the hearthrug. The hearthrug is thick and worn and faded from its original colors into something softer and more indefinite, and beneath your feet it is the warmest thing in the room, holding the heat of the day's fire in its deep pile, and you press your feet into it gently, feeling the warmth come up through your soles, through the long muscles of your legs, upward and inward, and your whole body begins very gradually to let go of the day. Not all at once. It never happens all at once. It happens in stages, the way the fire has burned down in stages. The shoulders first. The particular tightness across the top of them that you had not quite noticed was there until it begins to ease, settling downward, loosening, the muscles releasing their hold on the day's work and the day's weight and the day's walking. Then the hands, your fingers uncurling slightly in your lap, the basket handle no longer needed, the grip you have been carrying since morning becoming unnecessary and then forgotten. You look at the fire. The coal bed glows. It glows in its slow, deep, patient way, and the warmth from it touches your face with a steadiness that is almost like attention, almost like being looked at by something that wishes you well, and the room is very quiet around it, the kind of quiet that a room achieves when the world outside has settled for the night and the fire inside has burned past the noisy part of its life into this last, long, warm, wordless portion of it. Outside, the Shire is dark. You know this without looking. You know that the lane is empty now, the lamplight from the gate post casting its small circle on the empty path. The hedgerows still and damp with dew, the meadow grass lying cold and silver at its tips, the party tree standing in its field with the stars above it, and old Wright long since gone home with his pipe and his memories, the bridge over the brook with the water running beneath it in the dark, and Merrow Brownfoot's garden with the turned earth cooling and the trowel put away, and all along the row the round windows dimming one by one as the evening deepens and the Shire tucks itself in. All of it still there, all of it quiet, all of it exactly as it should be, doing what it does every evening, which is simply to rest, to breathe, to be the Shire which has always been very good at that and will continue to be good at it long after tonight, and all the nights after tonight, in the same unhurried and complete way that it always has been. You feel the stone in your pocket. Your hand finds it without thinking, your fingers closing around its smooth, cool surface, and it is a small thing, a round river-smoothed thing of no particular value, rust-colored and ordinary, and caught your eye for no reason you could explain at the time, and no reason you can explain now. And it is enough, it is perfectly enough, just to hold it in your hand and feel the weight of it, small and real and present, a piece of the world outside brought in, something carried home. Your fingers settle around it. Your eyes are on the fire. The coal bed breathes its deep orange breath, and the light it makes is the oldest light there is, the light that people have been watching from chairs and from the ground and from the openings of sheltered places since before there were words for fire or for warmth or for the feeling of being inside when the world outside is dark and cool and still. The light moves very gently as the coals shift. Just once. A barely perceptible settling, a grain of ash dropping somewhere deep in the bed, and the light pulses once, brighter for just a moment, and then steadies again, and then begins very slowly to dim. Your breath is slow. You are not thinking of the lane anymore. Not exactly. The lane is there somewhere behind your eyes, the warm stone and the lamplight and the smell of turned earth. But it is not demanding anything, not asking to be looked at or considered, just present. Just there, the way the whole day is there, somewhere, not lost, but not needed either, just resting alongside you in the warm room. Old Merrow and his trowel, Tessie Goodbarrel and her pig on the bridge, Aldrich and the fireflies, and the smoke rising in a thin thread above the party tree. These things happened today. They are the whole of what needed to happen, and they did, and they were enough. They were more than enough. They were the kind of day that the Shire makes quietly and without fanfare, and without ever quite knowing how remarkable it is to be a place where such days are simply ordinary, simply what Tuesday is, simply what an evening in late summer means in this small and unhurried corner of the world. Your shoulders are very heavy now. Not heavy in a bad way, heavy in the way that rested things are heavy, settled, done. The weight of a body that has walked a good distance and breathed good air and sat for a while under a great old tree and come home to its own chair and its own fire. Heavy in the way of sleep arriving. The fire is very low. You are not watching it closely anymore, not quite. You are aware of its warmth and its glow, but your eyes are not following it the way they were, not tracking the small movements and the breathing of the coals. It is simply there, a warmth at the edge of things, a soft and steady presence at the front of the room, and the room is warm around it, and you are warm within the room. The stone is smooth in your hand. The hearthrug is warm beneath your feet. The chair holds you, completely and without effort, the way it always has, the way it always will. Outside, the Shire breathes. The dew settles on the lane. The brook runs under the dark bridge, patient and low and constant. The same water it has always been, going where it has always gone, making the same sound it made this evening when you stood above it and watched the leaf turn in the eddy and drift away, and it is still making that sound now, out there in the dark, and it will go on making it long after you are asleep. Long after you are asleep. Your breath comes slowly and slowly. The fire is a warmth you feel rather than see. The room is dark at its edges and warm at its heart, and you are in the warm part, in the deepest part, in the part that the fire has been keeping all day just for this. Your hand is still. The stone is in it. And the Shire is all around you. Every lane and every hedgerow and every round door with its lamp and every thread of smoke and every star above every chimney, all of it there, all of it breathing, all of it perfectly and entirely itself, and you are part of it, a warm and resting part of it, a part that has walked its lanes and breathed its air and come home, as it always comes home, to this, to the chair, to the fire, to the dark and quiet and the warmth, to sleep, to sleep. Good night.